Hello again, race fans. You are looking live at Atlanta Motorsports Park, the main track here in Dawsonville, Georgia, on a beautiful 74-degree morning. Wispy clouds, clear view of the North Georgia mountains, and we are ready for racing here. We are getting the Spec Miatas queued up and ready to go. We will be underway with the first Spec Miata race of the day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's weekend number 4 for the AMP Summer Series. And if this follows suit as with the other weeks we've been here, it's going to be an exciting day of racing. The Spec Miatas go at it fast and furious for 20 minutes each time, and we're going to have a great time bringing it to you live here on YouTube.
And Facebook.
And whatever else our producer, Will Rigdon, has got to set up streaming.
We are definitely looking forward to these races here today, Bill. I don't know if you folks at home remember, it was all the way back. May 8th was our last race out here. And that wonderful come-from-behind victory from Raiden Nickel there in race 2. He is back out on the grid today, so hopefully he has better fortunes in race number 1, because last month he had some brake problems during that open practice qualifying session, had to sit during race 1, which put him at the back of the grid during race 2. And, well, Bill, Raiden Nickel did what Raiden Nickel does best, and he carved that field like a surgeon, going from last place all the way to first. So we will see if he's got some more of that in store here as we wait for timing and scoring to update. It looks like Raiden Nickel is our pole sitter right now. Once we get that timing and scoring updated for you guys, we should be able to see. And here we are. And they're going to have to do one time by before that gets scored, and we'll be able to tell you all the cars and the position.
As we see the field led by the lovely and talented Collins Rigdon in the DeLorean pace car.
We've actually got a very special pace car out here today. I was actually sent a couple words about it. It's actually a 1981 DMC DeLorean with 3,900 miles, original miles on it, Bill.
So what happens when she gets it up to 88 miles per hour?
We will be going right back to May 8th. But this car was purchased last week by Ampere EV. They're a local company on site here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And they're owned by racers Matt White and Blake Fabiani, who are both on the grid right now in this Spec Miata race. And their plans for the car, Ampere is going to convert the DeLorean to an all-electric EV vehicle to showcase their technologies that they produce over at Ampere EV. So kind of a cool little project. So this will probably be one of the last times this DeLorean is under internal combustion power, because it is soon to be converted to an EV.
Will that include a flux capacitor?
I hope so, but we didn't even know we were going to have it today, Bill. We were sitting down there in registration, and Matt White walked up to me and said, "Hey, you want to drive a DeLorean today?" I said, "Heck yeah." So he tossed us the keys, and that is our pace car here today, folks. So Collins Rigdon getting to enjoy a lot of that down there with our official pace car driver. And we are waiting for the field to make their way back around.
And we'll give you a quick run through the lineup. May not necessarily be in this order, but it's pretty close. Jose Garcia, Yusuf Muhammad, Bill Miller, Tal Svani, Matt White, Bill Griffin, Keith Williamson, Mike Pasco, Blake Fabiani, and Jerry Griffin will be your top 10. Next 10, Bill Kring, Raiden Nickel, Paul Denton, Anthony Guff, and Hayden Schwank. And here we go. Green flag is out.
And there goes the field, too wide, diving into turn 1, Bill.
And your leader coming off is going to be Raiden Nickel, I believe, taking him. He was up front. And we'll get a little more.
And Blake Fabiani starting in the back, way off pace. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, Bill. We talked to him before the race. He said he was having a little bit of trouble with the car, was going to shake it out, see what happens here today. But he is a good 20 car lengths off the back of the pack right now.
And a good 10 car lengths ahead of the pack is going to be Raiden Nichols. He comes back by our position out of turn number 6. Next up will be Bill Miller. And behind him will be Keith Williamson as they come up and over the hill. Out of 6 into 7 to 8 out of sight. We'll go back to the AMP Skycam.
And as you can see them cresting the hill there, Bill, we got a long trek to go from turn 1 back to 14, so we're not going to see them this time by through the backside of the track, so we're just going to have to wait here patiently as they make their way around, and we will see how it shakes up as they make their way back to the line.
And we can give you a more accurate assessment of the lineup as here comes Raiden Nickel out of turn number 16. That'll be Williamson, Miller, Bill Kring, Paul Denton. And we have a little trouble going into turn number 1.
Looks like Williamson getting into a little bit of trouble, Bill.
He got out of it, got off into the marbles there, into the gravel. Coming into 1, he's back underway, but losing a number of positions. He was your second place runner, but he's fallen back in the field as we see Raiden Nickel opening up a substantial lead.
And how about that, Bill?
3.2 seconds at the line and getting even
after the first lap.
Bigger.
He must have not gotten caught in that traffic, Bill, because he was able to put a commanding lead here right from the get-go, and he is not holding back. And at this pace, Bill, he's going to make his way back around the track and start catching people before we're up with this first 20-minute race.
So Bill Miller will be your second place runner. Then comes Paul Denton as they come by our position. So a lot of action and changes already. We're only into the second lap of this event.
And we are getting that sky cam back in the air for you folks. You can see the field making their ways through turns 11, 12, and 13. All 98 feet of that back hill. One of the more radical elevation elements here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
No pun intended.
We've got 2 miles of pristine asphalt nestled neatly in the North Georgia mountains here. It is a lot of fun to drive. A great track for these Miatas. Really great track for anybody who likes to drive, and especially if you want a track that is difficult to master but fun to drive.
So Raiden Nickel comes by again, your leader, Bill Miller, Paul Denton with Jose Garcia hot on his tail. There's your battle. Right there will be for third between Garcia and Denton. Garcia gave him a look going into 1, thought about it, but tucks back in as they go through 2 and 3. We'll see him emerge into the carousel, turn number 4, and Denton able to stretch a little bit of a lead. Again, your leader, Raiden Nickel, at the line was 7.2 seconds. Already, so he has put another, say, 3 seconds on the field on that last lap as Miller comes by. Then here comes Garcia, and has gotten around Denton. Then comes Matt White, your top 5.
And it looks like Williamson trying to make a little bit of progress after that lap 2 incident. He is hot on the tail of Matt White right now. So he has definitely gained 1 position from the last time by the line. It looks like he got around Tal Tesfani. And here they are on the backside of the track, as you can see on the AMP Skycam. Raiden Nickel with that commanding lead already into turn 15, while the rest of the field is making their way through 13 and 14. A little bit of passing action right now. Looks like Keith Williamson's making the move on Matt White as they come through the carousel. And it looks like Paul Denton is challenging Bill Miller right now for the number 2 spot.
Looking to the inside, there he goes. He's got a fender alongside. Can he outbreak him? He has position going into 1, and it looks like Garcia will be your second place. Miata now relegating Bill Miller back to 3rd. At the line, Raiden Nickel now up to 9.3 second differential. And he is just checking out and saying goodbye to the rest of these Miatas in this race number 1 as he comes through turn number 6 by our position one more time. And we'll check and see what other action is going on. Garcia and then Miller coming through 6 now. Then will come Denton and Williamson, and I believe, Williamson challenging Denton for 4th place. Then Matt White back in, Williamson, that's 4th and 5th, and then Matt White will be back in 6th. Tal Stefani, Bill Kring, Hayden Swant, and Jerry Griffin your top 10 as we are in lap number 5 now. Lap number 5 in this 20-minute race number 1. We are 6 minutes in, so another 14 or so minutes to go in this event. I tell you what, Will, as dominant as Ray Nickel has been, I certainly wasn't expecting him to be this dominant as he comes to the line one more time to complete lap number 5. And he is already out of turn number 1 before second place Jose Garcia comes by. Now he's opened up a gap between himself and third place Bill Miller. Then it'll be Williamson, Denton, and we've got action going into turn number 1, and it looks like Tal Stefani's gotten around Bill Kring, I believe, if I read that correctly. We'll get an update on that as they come back closer by. As we watch your leader go into turn number 7, and now here comes second place Jose Garcia, third place Bill Miller, Keith Williamson, Paul Denton, Matt White. Then comes, Bill Kring, and then Tal Stefani, Hayden Swan.
And there's your race leader,
And
Ray
Jerry
Nickel,
Griffin.
all by himself, coming through 13 right now.
A lot of tire smoke, as I believe that was that Blake Fabiani who was that braking going into turn number 2? That might have been Bill Griffin.
And you can see the rest of your field on the back side of the track right now, Bill. And Fabiani looks like he's making the move right now. Can't see who that car is. He's dipping to the inside through 14. He's going to pick up a spot here. We'll have to see it this time by at the line.
Field coming by at the line to complete lap number 6. Rayden Nickel opening up a commanding 11.7 second lead over Jose Garcia, now your second place runner. Although we've got a battle going back there for third place now between Bill Miller and Keith Williamson. Williamson looking to the inside, coming out of 4, does he have position? He's had a bumper alongside for a moment, but thinks better of it as he tucks back in behind as they come down into turn number 6. Now he dives inside, and Williamson is going to take that position for the moment, but it looks like Miller's going to challenge back. But Keith Williamson, Bill Miller challenging for third. Paul Denton still in 5th and Matt White in 6th. Everybody else pretty much single file now as we are in the midst of lap number 7. Almost halfway through this first race for the Spec Miata class. And once more to the line comes Rayden Nickel. Let's get an idea of what the differential is here, as now appearing out of 16 is Jose Garcia. Your second place runner hits the line. It'll be a 12-second difference. So he's growing the lead, but not quite as fast this time.
Well, now
it'll be Williamson and Miller. Williamson now in 3rd, Miller 4th. Denton.
Well, with the field spread out, Bill, they're not having to race each other as much, so they're able to settle down, focus on those lap times. So that huge differential in lap times has almost closed down, although Rayden Nickel's still almost a full second faster than Jose Garcia right now, but definitely not the 3.5 second gap we saw in those first couple of opening laps. And Keith Williamson managed to work his way up to 3rd place after that lap number 2 mishap. He's got Jose Garcia in his sights right now, and he is reeling him in. Although we'll see if he's got enough time to do it. 11 minutes to go in this 20-minute contest, Bill.
But you're right, best time for Rayden Nickel is about a second faster than anybody else's.
And the young gun is out here showing all these grown-ups how it's done. Raiden Nichols, 14 years old, his first season competing with us. He was a mainstay back at kart track, moved up to the big track this season, and is having the same amount of success as he did back at kart track. And he is all but running away with this one right now, Bill.
That gap up to 14.5 seconds now for Raiden Nickel. Meanwhile, ducking underneath Bill Miller is Paul Denton going into one. He'll take it. Matt White closing in, hoping to capitalize on that as well. So we have a 3-car battle there for 4th place.
And the number 43 STP Miata.
As we check it out here with the Nikon binoculars brought to you by Honda. We're coming out of 4, and we see Denton, Miller, and White. That would be 4, 5, and 6 coming through turn number 6. And they settle out.
And they are flat out as they crest the hill in 7, out of sight. As we go back to the AMP Skycam, Raiden Nickel right there at the bottom of your screen all by himself in the lead. Your second place driver just now making it up the hill into turn 12. And behind him, Keith Williamson in the number 64 in 3rd place, trying to close that gap, but we will see as this race goes on. He may or may not have enough time to do it. As your leaders make their way through the back half of the track, should come back into our view momentarily. Although your race leader, Raiden Nickel, already coming out of turn 1 right now.
And to the line, 2nd place, Jose Garcia. Differential there will be 15.8 seconds. Meanwhile, Keith Williamson, now he has 7 minutes to go here. I think that's plenty of time to catch him for 2nd.
Well,
still, his best time is a full second slower than leader Raiden Nickel.
Well, Keith's already made up about 6 positions. He had that trouble during lap 2. And right now they're competing to set the grid for race number 2.
Fabiani and Mohammed are going at it, by the way, going into turn number 1. And as they come out of 1, let's get the glasses on it here. Let's see. I believe it's Fabiani, Muhammad, and Anthony Guff going at it. And actually, Muhammad, I believe, got around Fabiani, relegated him back to 12th. As your leader, Raiden Nickel, completes lap number 10 with about 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go here in this first race in the Spec Miata class.
We're actually about 5.5 minutes, Bill. We're 14 minutes and 40 seconds into this 20-minute contest.
Reading the wrong one, yes, about 5:15 to go. Looking at the wrong timer as Jose Garcia comes by, fighting for his life to stay ahead of Keith Williamson. We'll start checking the interval there. The differential between the two is about.
And a lot of action coming out of turn 1 there, Bill.
2 seconds so far.
Looks like Bill Crane trying to make the move on Matt White. Not much happening there. Tried to push it too wide into turn 1.
Although he looks like he's closing it going through 4.
And he's trying again in the carousel.
Looking to the inside, he's there. He'll be on the outside going through 5, but he backs off.
White carried a little bit more speed. He had that outside line through the carousel, and I think that gave him the advantage because honestly having that inside line going through 5 and 6 is more important than keeping that inside line through the carousel.
But I don't think we've seen the last of that battle. Crane had momentum coming into 6, but just not the real estate, and he had to get hard on the binders as they entered into 6. So we're down to 4 minutes to go now, just as Raiden Nickel crosses the line. There'll be 4 minutes to go in this one as leader Raiden Nickel comes by. Williamson, by the way, turned his best lap of the race, and he was only half a second off of Nickel's best time that last lap. And so as we come to the line now, differential is about 1.8 seconds from Jose Garcia to Keith Williamson. Believe that's right, or I might be wrong. That's actually 1.2 seconds. Not like I have a math degree or anything to do these numbers.
Or a broadcasting degree either.
All right, I'm gone. I'm out of here.
And that battle for second place heating up as they come through turn 6. Jose Garcia locking up the wheels a little bit. You see that tire smoke. He can, he sees Williamson in his rearview mirror. He is trying to drive the tires off that thing because he's only got 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to defend that position.
So that'll be 2 laps, right? It should be 2 laps. They'll get the white flag. Not this time by, but the next. At least Nickel won't. We have 2.5 minutes now. They're turning 1.5 laps, a little bit more. Here comes Nickel to the line. And yes, they will get the white flag next time by as your leader comes to the line. And we are waiting for the second and third place battle. Again, it was 1.2 seconds last time by. This time by, it is 1.3, so Garcia able to hold on. Williamson may need to find a little bit of speed, cut a corner, find something if he wants to do anything about that third place position that he currently occupies. Meanwhile, we're looking at Paul Denton
they've got
ducking inside Bill Kring as they go into turn number 1. Denton not able to pull it off, pulled alongside, but Kring had the momentum. But this one isn't over yet. He's got the better part of 2 laps to settle this one out. And that's the battle for 5th place between Paul Denton and Bill Kring. Bill Kring currently occupies that spot, but Paul Denton wants it as he looks again to the inside as they exit 4. They are side by side coming through 4. He has a little bit of an edge going through 5, but that means that Kring will have position going into 6. Who's going to break the latest? Who's going to break the hardest is going to be Kring maintaining that position, but it looks like Denton has more momentum coming up the hill. He may be alongside him as they go out of our vantage point and up and over the hill through 7.
You can see them just at the top of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as they are making their ways through turns 8, 9, and 10.
Meanwhile, here comes Raiden Nickel to the line. White flag is out. Final lap. Raiden Nickel, your leader. This will be the 14th lap. He's completed 13, so there'll be 14 in this race. Still waiting for that battle between Garcia and Williamson. Let's see what the gap is. They come out. Still, Garcia relatively comfortably in the lead now as they come to the line. White flag. That means the gap will be, well, I say comfortably, but it's only 0.8 of a second, as is an 18-second lead for Raiden Nickel. So Keith Williamson able to saw off a little bit of the lead, maybe 0.4, but will it be enough? He has less than a lap to do something about it as the rest of the field flies by underneath, receiving the white flag. So we'll draw our attention back to the second place battle as Jose Garcia leads Keith Williamson going into turn number 6. Here they come by. Williamson narrowed the gap a little bit in this section of the track, but as long as Garcia can hit his marks and not make any mistakes, he may very well hold on to this second place position.
And here comes your race leader coming through 15 right now. As you can see, that battle for second place heating up there on the backside of the track.
So meanwhile, the checkered flag will fly for Raiden Nickel in a very impressive race 1 win here in the Spec Miata class.
And we'll see if we can follow this battle as they come onto the main straightaway here. Your battle for second place, Jose Garcia.
It looks like he's going to hold on for second place, but Keith Williamson had tightened that gap down to only 0.4 of a second. So in the last couple laps, he lopped 0.4 off each time. But as is often the case, it was one lap too late. Maybe one more lap in 0.4 and we'd have had a race. But the 20-minute limit hit, and we are done here in race number 1 in the Spec Miata class. Again, your winner, Raiden Nickel. Next up, Jose Garcia, followed by Keith Williamson, Bill Miller, Bill Kring, Paul Denton, Matt White comes in 7th, Tal Stefani, Hayden Swant, and Jerry Griffin, your top 10. Rounding out the field, Anthony Guff, Yusuf Muhammad, Mike Pasco, Bill Griffin, and Blake Fabiani only managed to get 10 laps in. As he was having some difficulty, he's going to finish the race.
We'll have to check with him during lunch to see what the problem was. We was talking to him before the race. He said the car wasn't too hot. Was going to run it anyway, so we'll get an update from him. But your race number 1 winner, Raiden Nickel. We're going to go on a quick break here as we get the downforce field gridded up. So if you like what you saw, stay tuned. We got about 10 minutes to go, and we will be back at it with race number 2, or race 1 from the downforce class.
You are watching weekend number 4 of the AMP Summer Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Back with you at Atlanta Motorsports Park, weekend number 4 in the AMP Summer Series. We're getting ready for the downforce cars as they come by, or at least one of them does. We're the first of a couple of pace laps.
As the rest of the field, you can see them catching up right now.
Veritable rainbow comes by of white, 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 and white cars as we go into turn number 1. Looks like this is going to be all Primal rentals for this one, but that's part of one of the features here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, right, Will? You can learn to drive a race car and come out and compete in one of the Primal school racing cars.
Yes, you can, Bill. And if you take the 3-day racing school, you will come out with your provisional racing license, and that's what some of these drivers have done. And while they're on grid here, they run 2 races under a provisional, and then they have their novice SCCA racing license. And we've got a couple of instructors out here. We've got a couple of participants, and then we've got a couple of guys that just race for fun and rent these whenever they want to come out and drive. So we've got a good mix here. It'll be fun to see how this shakes up once we go under green. But it looks like we got a 5-car grid right now in race number 1 here. As that beautiful 1981 DeLorean heads up and over the hill, out of sight. And we will wait for them to come back around. But we should be green flag racing next time by.
This will be another 20-lap feature for these downforce cars, for these SR1s. The SR1 Radicals. And say if I wanted to be one of these guys and racing one of these and learn how, what would I do, Will?
Well, Bill, you would go to www.primalracing.com and sign up for one of the racing schools. They do half day, full day, 2-day, 3-day. Pretty much as long as you want to rent the car from, they will teach you how to drive it. But the 3-day school is the big one. That's the one where you can sit for your license at the end of it if you want to become a competition racer. And as we wait here for the field to come back around,
next time by, we will be getting the green flag as Collins Rigdon piloting that DeLorean. Or as Marty McFly would say, you made a pace car out of a DeLorean? And here they come down to take the green. Slowly, slowly, slowly. And green, 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 green. We're underway. And boy, we have a bolt for the lead. A big jump for Kevin Clifford as he takes that number 79 to the inside. And is he the one that took the lead? Trying to pull out the Nikon binoculars brought to you by Honda and see what's going on. And
he
in
saw
fact,
that green
is
flag.
Kevin Clifford. He didn't pass till he got to the line, but he got a good start.
He saw that green flag and said, I'm not waiting for you guys, and hit that gas and went. Whoa, sending it a little hard into turn 6. That's a 139, John Bruneau, locking him up. Keeps it on track, although almost cut through the racing line that time.
Almost lost his damage deposit there.
And as we bring the AMP Skycam back in for a battery change, we are going to be blind here on the back side of the track, and we will wait for the field to make their way around.
But they are already dicing it up early here in this first downforce race of the afternoon. Excuse me, is it still morning or afternoon? As our leader, Kevin Clifford, comes to the line, it'll be John Bruneau in second, 3 seconds behind, followed by Mike Pascoe, Andrew Nagy, Patrick Paul, Kirong Lee. Actually, Patrick Paul will be your 5th one. That's all that's on the
And it looks like
grid.
Kevin Clifford yielding a spot there. It looks like John Bruneau now is in front of him. We'll have to see when they come back by. And you can see Bruno getting that back end a little loose as he gives it everything through the carousel.
would be Bruno and Clifford, followed by Pasco, Nagy, and Paul. Your top 5 here as we are already 2 minutes and 21 seconds into this 20-minute event.
And we've got that sky cam in the air as we're trying to get it back to the back side of the track. You can kind of see the field as they head up that hill, all 98 feet of it through turn 12. And they should be coming back into our sight here momentarily. You could kind of see them in the bottom side of your screen. Should see them coming through here. There is your race leader, John Bruno, with Kevin Clifford right behind him.
To the line, it's Bruno, then Clifford. 74, Mike Pasco. Now Patrick Paul getting around Andrew Nagy for 4th place. As we've completed lap number 3. Differential at the line now is 1.5 second. So 1.5 gap now between our new leader, John Bruno, and Kevin Clifford. Clifford got a great jump on the field. Let's see if he has the wherewithal to get that 2.5 back and get around Bruno. As coming through turn 6 now is Pasco, our 3rd place competitor, and then Patrick Paul. Four minutes now into this one. 4 minutes, we have 16 to go.
And there go your leaders through turns 12 and 13 on the AMP Skycam. Great look at all the trees out there on the back side of the track.
And we know that's what people tune in for, to see the trees here at beautiful Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, that's why they come to race up here in the North Georgia Mountains, Bill. It's one thing to race around 285. It's another thing to come up to God's country here in Dawsonville, Georgia, and lay down some lap times on this beautiful 2-mile, 16-turn road course up here in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains.
Patrick Paul now, your 3rd place car. Andrew Nagy is 4th. So Pasco having some trouble. He'll fall back to 5th. As your leaders now come through turn number 6. Underneath our position one more time, Bruno and then Clifford. The gap at the line, by the way, was 2.8 seconds. So Bruno opening it up a little bit. As we are 5 minutes in now. 5 minutes in out of 20. Working on lap number 5 here, weekend number 4 of the summer series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And there goes Pasco. He's a good 57 seconds off of the lead now. So we are looking for Bruno and Clifford to come out of 16, and here they come right now to the line. And there goes your leader, John Bruno. Kevin Clifford hits the line second, now back 3.4 seconds.
And Clifford letting Bruno have the courtesy pass there on lap number 2. Might be thinking better of that move because John Bruno has not given up and has been increasing that lead over Kevin Clifford.
He has stretched it out over the last couple laps as the 2 leaders come by our position again out of 6. Up the rise into 7. Again, that was a 3.4 second gap at the line between Bruno and Clifford. Patrick Paul still 3rd, Andrew Nagy 4th, Mike Pasco in 5th. 6.5 minutes expired out of the 20 that make up this race number 1 in the downforce class here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. On a beautiful sunny day here. It hasn't cracked 80 degrees yet, only 77 here. Wispy cirrus clouds in the sky, a little bit of a breeze.
After that scorcher we had 2 weeks ago at Kart Track, Bill, I will take this weather.
Absolutely, and I just got back from Las Vegas where it was 117 when I got there last week, so that was fun. But it's a dry heat, as they say, as our leaders come back by the line. John Bruneau, Kevin Clifford, 2.477 the gap now. So Clifford may be starting to chop it down just a little bit, maybe. Or at least it's stabilized. As your third place, Patrick Paul, they have really said goodbye to him as he's 20 seconds off of first place. And he's 18 seconds back a second. It's 8 minutes now. Another 12 to go here. 8 minutes gone in this first downforce race of the day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Coming up on high noon in about 15 minutes here. But there's no better way to spend a Saturday than come by and watch these guys run. I know I enjoy it whenever they do have these races once a month here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And if you are tuning in from home right now and would like to see these races in person, it is free to attend here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We run these races once a month, so if you'd like to come out and watch and bring a cooler, bring your favorite camping chair, you come out, hang on the balcony, go over to Spectator Hill. But these races are free to watch. Same thing with our kart track races. All you got to do is show up and
cheer.
And cheer, yeah. Pick your favorite driver and have a blast.
Absolutely. And as our leader, John Bruneau, came to the line, Kevin Clifford's cut into that lead a little bit more, maybe took 3/10 off. As we are now 9 minutes in, closing in on the halfway point of this race. But let's see, as Kevin Clifford gathered it all back in, will he be able to reel in John Bruneau in the last half of this first downforce race of the day?
As we watch them on the AMP Sky Cam, they should be coming into view here at the top of your screen momentarily. The wind is a bit breezy out here today, so keep in mind that is taking our data connection. So if you see the screen glitching a little bit every time we go to that Sky Cam, we are fighting the elements right now, but you can see those leaders as they make their way through 14 and 15. And they should come back onto your screen here momentarily as they come back on the front straightaway.
Here they come to the line. It'll be John Bruneau and Kevin Clifford again with a gap of 1.9 seconds, another couple tenths.
And we just hit the halfway point here in this 20-minute contest.
And slowly but surely, Kevin Clifford creeping up on John Bruneau.
And there's a local yellow out in the carousel. Not sure if we got somebody down there. Couldn't see. It's out of our eyesight.
We'll see if somebody comes slowly out of that area.
But that flag stand at 2 is still showing a standing yellow, or a waving yellow.
He's standing and waving. Meanwhile, the gap between first and second noticeably closing as they come by our position.
Looks like we did get somebody back underway. That yellow is back in the holder. As you can see, your leader is taking to the back side of the track, coming up that back hill into turn 12.
And by the way, that was Kevin Clifford's best lap at 1:24.281.
Well, that caution, Bill, that standing yellow definitely grouped up the leaders. So we will see what that new gap is this time by. Although that could have been Bruneau just slowing down so he could wave at Clifford and then speed back up. I don't know. We'll have to see.
As they come to the line here to complete lap number 9, it's going to be Bruneau and Clifford, 0.940. So he chopping it down even further, under a second now, as we watch Clifford get closer and closer to John Bruneau.
I was going to say this is racing, so he's probably slowing down to give him the Italian salute, but these are British cars, so more like the royal wave.
Here we go through turn number 6. Can Clifford close it in any further? as there's maybe 15 car lengths between the two as they head up over the hill and out of sight. And we watch Andrew Nagy come by, our fourth place runner, about 45 seconds off the lead.
And a little bit of action up here in the carousel right now. That is one of the trickiest elements of this track for these downforce cars. Very counterintuitive because you want to brake going into those turns, but with the extra downforce you get, you almost have to keep your speed coming through there or that back end is going to get out from under you, Bill. And as you can see with a lot of these cars, as they're just heading towards the exit, that second apex in turn 4, you can see that back end just starting to get a little bit loose as they get back on the throttle trying to set up turn 5.
Bruno and Nagy. Okay, Bruno stretched it out a little bit this time. He added half a second onto his lead, so Clifford may have had a little bit of difficulty. Let's see what that last lap time equated to. Oh yeah, about 9/10. John Bruno was faster on that lap.
And we are technically running 2 races here today right now, Bill, because John Bruno and Kevin Clifford are in their own class. So your grid right now for your actual podium is going to be Patrick Paul, Andrew Nagy, and Mike Pasco if this finishes in the current order. Because they are what we consider pro or pro-am, whereas everybody else is part of regular SR1 downforce.
And there goes the aforementioned Andrew Nagy underneath our position to finish lap number 10. 14 minutes now gone, 6 to go.
And there go your leaders, Bruno and Clifford, on your screen right now. You can see them hammering it through the carousel or the back double sweeper as those cars drift all the way to the outside line as they pick up speed coming through turns 12 and 13.
Difference at the line, 1.3 seconds now. So maybe chop another a tenth back off for Kevin Clifford. Maybe they have 4 to go at $1.50 per lap. 6 to go. That should go in about 4 times, if my math serves me correctly.
Oh, we got a spin out at kart track. He's getting back underway. You just saw him there on the bottom part of your screen.
And look at that. It looks like Clifford is noticeably closing the gap now. Of course, that may be where he's faster, is coming into 6. But he had closed it substantially. But then Bruno pulls him coming out of 6 and up and over the hill. We'll get you a differential next time by, as we are at 15 minutes, 5 to go, 5 minutes to go here in race number 1 for the downforce cars here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Summer Series weekend number 4. We'll talk a little more about the kart track when we have a little downtime, and we can tell folks about how they can enjoy this 17-turn wonder here at Atlanta Motorsports Park on the karting side. So as we look at it now, 15 and a half minutes to go, and expired rather, as our leaders come to the line, and it's an 8/10 gap now for Kevin Clifford to make up to John Bruno, so he's closing it up
Oh,
again.
we got trouble in turn 6, Bill. Who was that? I can't see the number on him.
Was that Paul or Nagy? I think it was. Well, let's give her a look here on the Nikon binoculars, brought to you by Honda. And that was Nagy.
That's the 138 of
Andrew
Andrew Nagy. Oh, just getting in a little bit of trouble there. Hate to see it.
Little bit of smoke, braking tire smoke coming off of Bruno's tires as he woes it down to go through turn number 6, trying to maintain that 8/10 gap between himself and Kevin Clifford. So Kevin Clifford coming hot and heavy as we are in the last 3.5 minutes of this first downforce race. And looks like Nagy back underway.
That turn 6 is very difficult sometimes, Bill, especially if you don't set it up proper coming out of turn 5. You'll see some of these drivers, they have the natural, you naturally want to turn in early when you see that turn, but it's beyond 90 degrees. So if you try and turn in early like a proper turn, you're not going to set up that entry or the exit very well. And so it pays to actually stay on that outside and brake as late as possible almost waiting to the end of the rumble strip before you turn that car in.
So to the line now, Kevin Clifford falling back about a second behind Bruno. So a couple tenths lost there. So it's like a rubber band. He's stretching it out and then closing it up. That time around, he stretched it out a little bit. The gap between John Bruno and Kevin Clifford around 1 second here as we are at 17 and a half minutes. That's 2.5 to go. We more than likely will.
They're running about minute 24.
We'll get the white
right
flag
now.
next time by, right? You would figure.
I will leave that up to race control. They're the ones doing the math on the on the race times. But we will see if the white flag is in hand next time by.
Andrew Nagy getting the move over flag as Bruno and Clifford come up on him after Nagy's misfortune coming into turn 6. Yeah, the last thing you also want to do is lock these tires up going into any corner, because if they're not rolling, you're not going to get the traction. Once they break that traction, you are in trouble.
And some great drone work right now from Ben Halstead, your camera operator right now on the, well, we'll call it the Primal Racing Skycam since this is the downforce class. Keep calling it the AMP Skycam, but right now it's the Primal Racing Skycam.
Nope, we're going to get one more as, yep, just barely. We have a minute and a half to go here. So we'll get a bonus lap here, let's say.
And there goes your start finisher, Nicole Bennett, grabbing that white flag, so we will see it next time by.
But Bruno opened up another tenth over Clifford. It's now 1.2, close to 1.3 second gap from first to second, with the better part of 2 laps to go as we see our leaders come out of the carousel around turn 5 down the hill and hard on the binders going into turn number 6. Does Kevin Clifford have anything for John Bruno as they exit 6 cleanly up and over the hill through 7 and out of sight here? We are at 19 minutes and 18 seconds expired, so it will be the white flag next time by. In fact, well, we'll see. It'll be almost 20 minutes when they get the white, so they'll squeeze that one last lap in, that lap number 16, as they're currently working on finishing 15.
It's like what everybody does back at kart track, Bill. You know, you see that checkered flag come out, so you try and race around the guys, shooting everybody into the pit road, so you get that free lap at the end.
So here we go. 13 seconds to go, and coming to the line, here comes Bruno rather, and Clifford. They'll get the white flag with 4 seconds to go into 20 seconds. So they've got to, once 20 minutes rather elapses, they finish the lap they're on, and that is the race. And that's what is happening right here as John Bruno, Kevin Clifford come by. Kevin Clifford holding on to that 2.1 second lead at this point. So he's toyed with him enough. Bruno is just going to take off and just try to hang on here for the win with less than a lap to go as they come back. Oh, he gets a little fishtaily coming out of turn number 6.
On the beans a little early there, gets the back end around, but manages to keep it under control as they go up and over the hill out of sight. And that is where we will cut to the Primal Racing Skycam, as you can see them taking to the backside of the track, coming up that hill, all 98 feet of it. Cresting through that blind turn into 13. And it doesn't look like it from here, folks, but when you get out on track and you're coming up that hill, you make that hard right-hander into a sharp left, and it is completely blind as you crest that hill. Such a fun element to drive out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Right you are, Will Rigdon, as Mike Pasco comes by to take the white flag.
And the checkered flags are in hand from start finisher Nicole Bennett. As it looks like Bruno and Clifford have pulled off early.
Yep, and we're waiting to see Bruno and Clifford if they come up to the line. Oh, that's it. All right. Well,
I have to go stick our head into timing and scoring to see what the official results were on that one.
So here we come to the line. The first driver to take the checkered flag will be Patrick Paul then, if that's the case. And there's the checkered flag flies for Patrick Paul. He'll be scored the winner, as I guess you have to go to the right side of the scoring tower to get counted. Do laps through the pit don't
You gotta finish them all, Bill.
So there we go. Patrick Paul, your surprise winner.
And it looks like we've got another car coming into pit road, so he won't take the final pass by the start finish, although this race just sets the grid for race number 2. That's the one that counts for all the points here coming up in the afternoon. And with this race being finished, we are going to go ahead and take a short break here, folks. We've got the Historics up next. We will leave video rolling while they are on track, but our next broadcast coverage is going to come back to you around 1:30, 1:40-ish, give or take, because once we get done with Historics, we're going to go on lunch break, and then we will get our Miatas gridded back up, and we will be back with you with all the calls. Bill and Will here up on top of race control here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Don't go away. We'll be back soon, and we'll have more racing for you in just a little bit. Spec me out of drivers. We need you to the grid. Spec me out of drivers to the grid. Spec me out of drivers to the grid. Spec me out of drivers to the grid. Motorsports Park for the second race for the Spec Miatas. They are just moved the grid onto the track. They are lining up behind that DeLorean pace car. You heard that right, DeLorean pace car.
1981 DMC DeLorean leading the pack back to the future. I think. Did I say that right?
So, anyway,
I think they made 3 movies explaining why that was a bad idea. But
that's true. We got Collins, Rigdon, and Rachel Heiler in the car, running the DMC. As the field comes
soon
by
to
us
be
for the first
an
time.
all EV DeLorean.
So your pole sitter for this race is going to be Raiden Nickel, the runaway winner from the last race. Jose Garcia will be on the outside pole. Second row, Keith Williamson and Bill Miller. Third row, Bill Kring, Paul Denton. Fourth row, Matt White, Tal Sfani. And the fifth row, Hayden Swint, and Jeremy Griffin.
Hayden Swank.
Swank, thank you. I'll get that right eventually. They got it.
A little typo up in timing and scoring.
Swank. I'll try to remember that. So anyway, Hayden Swank is your 9th place runner. 10th, Jerry Griffin. Next row, Anthony Goff and Yusuf Mohammed. Then comes Mike Pasco and Bill Griffin.
And
Blake Fabiani bringing up the rear.
And we actually will be having 2 contests during this one, Bill, because we have enough modified Miatas in the grid here, so we will actually have 2 podiums from this race. We've got the Spec Miata crowd, and then we'll also have the modified Miatas.
No, is it podiums or podia?
I don't know how you would pronounce that in plural.
You're the one that took Latin, not me. So. Anywho.
As we patiently wait for the field to come back around.
This will be another 20-minute affair, correct? Right, we're 20.
Yes, this should be a 25-minute contest.
25. All right, here we go.
No, 20-minute contest.
20
I don't know why I said that.
We're coming down to the line. Green flag is in the starter's hands, and we are underway. Green, and there goes. There goes Raiden Nickel, your leader. He'll duck into
Too
turn
wide
one
into
first.
turn 1.
And here
Looks
we go.
like the whole field made it through clean.
So it will be Nickel, Garcia, and it looks like Williamson and Miller, your top 4, as they head into turn number 4. Behind them is Paul Denton. Bill Kring actually will end up in 5th, and I believe Paul Denton will fall in behind him as the field comes through turn 6 for the first time in this 20-minute affair, and here they come. It is Nickel, Garcia, and Williamson, your top 3. Then it will be Miller, Kring, and Denton. That's 1 through 6. And
as they go up and out of sight, we will change out the batteries here on the AMP Skycam real quick.
Let's see if Raiden Nickel has anything for the same amount for the field as he did last time. It'll be telling when they come by to complete the first lap if he's got any kind of gap at all, but it looks like they were hanging a little tighter to Raiden Nickel this time, at least through the first 6 turns.
And that contest right now in the open Miatas, or the modified Miatas as we call them, between Tal Safani and Hayden Swank right now. Matt White was another one, although he got DQ'd after that last race. They pulled it across the scales, found out he wasn't in spec. So he is also dropped to the open modified, or the open Miatas. As here come our leaders past the start-finish line.
It will be Nickel, Garcia, Williamson, Miller, Kring, and Denton. 1 through 6 as they come through. Got a little contact coming out of turn number 1.
Bumper cars, Bill.
Holy moly, Bill Miller gets into Bill Kring, trying to get by. He does get position, but they did slap some sheet metal.
And it looks like Kring is falling back a little bit, maybe trying to see what kind of damage he has there.
He's fallen through the field. He's already lost 2 more positions after Miller got by him, and there goes another. Is he rubbing some tires, or what's going on there?
I don't know, Bill, but they slapped each other pretty hard coming out of turn 1. That was definitely not a love tap.
Not seeing any smoke as if he had a rub issue. I think that was just a little cosmetic issue, but Kring making sure. But boy, You don't see these guys come together too often, but they both wanted to occupy the same piece of real estate at the same time.
And as we get that sky cam back to turn 14, you can see the field taking to that back hill, all 98 feet of it. That right-left blind turn into 14, as we should see the pack coming back into sight momentarily.
So Nickel, Garcia, Williamson, Miller, Denton, Safani, Griffin, and Kring, I believe. As they come to the line, here comes Raiden Nickel opening up a fairly substantial lead, over a second over the rest of the field. I actually don't have an interval. Garcia didn't score that time by. I'm sure they'll get that corrected, but Garcia is your second place runner. Then Keith Williamson. Now it's between Williamson and Garcia going into 4. Williamson dogging Garcia all the way through the carousel. Does he have something in mind coming out and going down the hill and into turn number 6? We will find out shortly as your race leader, Raiden Nickel, opening up about a 10-car length lead as he comes by our position. And there goes Williamson looking to the inside of Garcia. Nothing doing there. Not able to get alongside, but he was taking the lower line through 6. Meanwhile, here comes Miller and Safani, Paul Denton, Jerry Griffin, and then Bill Kring. Following up is Yusuf Muhammad. So there's your top 10 right there. And actually Hayden Swank will be bringing up the 10th position overall as the field heads up the hill around the corner just in our periphery. See them going out of sight.
And we can see them on the AMP Sky Cam as they are making their way through the back side of the track. And here comes your leaders back onto the front straightaway.
As Raiden Nickel hits the line, and Keith Williamson is right there on Jose Garcia. Will he duck inside? Thinks about it, not able to pull it off.
Williamson was on the brake a little bit sooner than Garcia. I think he was anticipating Garcia's braking action because he was practically shoving Garcia across the line, and I don't think he wanted to spin him out. So he tapped those brakes a tad bit earlier than Garcia.
1.8 seconds the difference between first and second. Raiden Nickel already opening up 1.8 seconds between himself and Jose Garcia, but no such luck for Garcia over Williamson. They are nose to tail as they went into 1, and here comes Williamson looking again to the inside of Garcia as they go through 6. You can see him taking an obviously lower line. Then behind Williamson is Miller and Safani going at it. Then comes Denton, Griffin, and Bill Kring, Yusuf Muhammad, and then Hayden Swink. Hayden Swank will bring up the 10th position. Anthony Guff showing 11th, and that's our 11-car field as they are scored going by here. We've completed 4, working on lap number 5, 6 minutes already into this race, 6 minutes into the 20.
And you can see them making their way back onto the front straightaway. Great camera work there from the AMP Sky Cam. Ben Halstead, our camera operator.
And Williamson not quite on the Garcia's tail like he was, but he's coming in high. Will he chop down, duck down below in 1? Not enough room to do that. Just stays behind, follows in the tire tracks of Garcia, does Keith Williamson. Gap at the line, 2.6 seconds. So Raiden Nickel picking up where he left off in race number 1. But right now, the big race is for second as Keith Williamson's trying his best to find his way around Jose Garcia as they come out of turn number 4 down through that slow bend, turn number 5, and then into 6. Williamson looking underneath again, hopping the curb a little bit. Doesn't quite have the run to get the position underneath so that he can make a run over the rise into turn 7 and out of sight. Meanwhile, a little smoke coming out of Bill. Oh, we got one turn around. That's Tal Safani.
Tal Safani spun out in turn 6. That's going to let Hayden Swank get around him. So that's going to put Swank in the lead now for the Open Modified, or the Open Miatas, and that's going to put Tal Safani Looks like one car back, although as they come across the line, that's going to be at least a 1.5 to 2 second gap.
It's finally able to get it righted and headed back in the other direction. But, yeah, he got into 6. Pretty hard. There are 2 tight turns that are right in our line of sight here. The turn 1, of course, and then they wrap back around out of the carousel, come through 6, which is a great passing location, but it is a tricky turn. As leader Raiden Nickel comes back by, gap at the line will be 3.275 seconds, but Keith Williamson right on Garcia's tail. I don't think Garcia's thinking so much about catching Raiden Nickel as to keeping Keith Williamson at bay, because Williamson has been dogging him the last 3 laps. And speaking of laps, we have completed 6 now. We are 8.5 minutes into this one. We have 11.5 to go, and we've got action all over the track right now. Second and third. Of course, now that leaves Bill Miller alone, but Denton and Jerry Griffin are now going at it for Jerry Griffin and Paul Denton going at it for 5th place. And then, of course, Bill Kring and Hayden Swank. Bill Kring, of course, getting into it a couple of laps ago. But he's able to get her back underway as he's looking to get around Jerry Griffin now. Looking to the outside as they crest the hill and out of sight. We may have a change of position before they come back around again. Bill Kring trying to make up that ground after he got together earlier.
And here comes the pack through the backside of the track, as you can see on the AMP Sky Cam.
And the front of the pack coming to the start finish.
Actually, I lied. That was the mid-pack going to the backside of the track.
Raiden Nickel out to the line, looking to the outside. Williamson. Garcia cuts him off. They go into turn 1, nose to tail, looking to the inside is Williamson. Does he have a run? No.
He keeps thinking about it, Bill. He is trying to work his way around Jose Garcia right now.
I thought he was about to give him the old chrome horn coming out of one there, because it looked like Garcia wiggled a little bit, but that's just from going through that turn so
Garcia has
hot.
been making himself wide on that entry to turn 1, and it makes it real hard for Williamson to set up the pass. And each time by, you can see him getting a little bit wider to see if he can leave that door open.
Meanwhile, Spani gets past Muhammad, I believe, making his way back up, and they're Kring having some trouble as well as the field are going past Bill Kring. Again, Bill Kring having a run-in with Bill Miller about 3 laps ago. Now he's more misfortune as he's fallen to the tail end of this field, completing 7 laps now. Halfway through, more than halfway, we have maybe 9 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this one as we watch the field come through single file this time by through 6.
And right now on your screen, you're still watching that battle for second place between Jose Garcia and Keith Williamson as they come through turn 14. That big double sweeper on the backside of our track. As Raiden Nickel makes his way through 16 back onto the front straightaway.
Down to the line to complete lap number 8 is Raiden Nickel. There goes Williamson looking to the outside. He's actually going to pull up alongside there, side by side and into one. It is Williamson alongside of Garcia. They are still side. Coming out of turn number 1, coming up the hill.
Will he have the run?
He has a fender alongside Jose Garcia to Keith Williamson, and they are still side by side going into 3.
And Jose
He'll have the inside there, but Garcia will have position through that longer turn number 4, and Garcia will maintain second place.
And that is what it's about, Bill, keeping that inside line heading into 4. If you can't be there, you will not win the battle through the carousel. And that is what Jose knew. So he just kept Williamson on the outside there, let him have his fun, but was able to stay back in front. And maybe next time by, Keith Williamson might have what it takes, but it is definitely heating up here, Bill.
At the completion of lap number 8, it's a 4.3 second lead for Raiden Nickel over Jose Garcia. Garcia and Williamson nose to tail, providing most of the excitement in this race so far, other than the number of spins and one collision, in fact, that we've had. But right now, everybody is pretty well evenly spaced out as we look at
the
Williamson.
action here coming out of 6. Swank and Safani heating up. that's your fight for first and second right now for the open Miatas.
Stefani making his way back up to the field after having that spin, but he's catching up with Swank. And we'll get a look from the...
They should show up here on the sky cam here momentarily. Should see.
While we wait, Raiden Nickel back to the line to complete lap number 9. Here we go again. Williamson feigning to the outside, now ducking to the inside of Garcia. He's going to outbreak him. I think he's going to get him right here. Yes, he does. Keith Williamson does. Get underneath and pass, but in the crossover move, here comes Jose Garcia. Back to the inside of turn number 2. He will pull him going into 3, and I believe that Jose Garcia will maintain second place. So Keith Williamson had him for a second. Great move there, but he had to push it too hard coming out of 1, and that allowed Garcia to get back underneath and reassume second place.
And here comes that fight in front of us for the open division. Tal Stefani tried to make the move coming through 16. He goes under Swank, tries to make the pass coming out of 1. Let's see who's got momentum coming up into 2-3. Swank's got a little bit of a run here. Let's see if he can get that bumper in front, hits the brakes.
But if Stefani can stay there, he'll have position going through the carousel, and he does take over 4th position. And first in class, not fourth, first in class.
7th overall,
7th
first
overall.
in class.
That's right. But
and here goes Swank to the inside in 6.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Something went wrong into the fence. They go. That thing just quit turning. Swank's Miata just quit turning.
And they lost brakes.
Stefani's going to get her back underway, but something just made him go straight, took Stefani out with him, but Stefani's back underway.
I did not see a lot of smoke there, Bill, so it didn't seem like the brakes locked up.
And Swank is moving still.
And he is under his own power. Let's see if he can get back on track.
He's well off the track, although he is in the runoff area coming out of turn 6. We may have to send recovery out there if he can't get it back underway, but it looks like something broke or would not stop because that car just went straight, maybe locked up trying to turn, and took Tal Stefani out with him, but Stefani again able to get underway. As meanwhile, at the line, Raiden Nickel is going to be enjoying a 6.3 second lead over Jose Garcia. Keith Williamson still dogging him in 3rd place as they come out of 6 right now, head up the hill and out of sight. Haven't seen Swank move it yet. He may be done for. They're coming out of turn number 6.
And a great shot from the AMP Skycam as Williamson and Jose Garcia fight it out coming through 13. Williamson's been having the better runs here on the backside of the track. But Jose Garcia knows how to make himself wide when it counts.
Coming by the start-finish line again is Raiden Nickel, your leader. Williamson looking to the inside, looking to the outside. It's still Garcia at the line, 6.9 seconds back, but Williamson doing his best to take second place away from Jose Garcia. Garcia not giving him any
And the
quarter.
pace car is back on track, so
we are throwing a full course yellow here as the DeLorean pace car will hit the
So they will
tarmac.
send out Red Rescue to pick up Mr. Hayden Swank off the track. It's a very unfortunate incident. This is his first week racing with us. And tough break for the young kid right now, up and coming. Does a lot of short track racing. This is one of his first ventures out onto the road course. He is being sponsored by Casey Carden Motorsports right now. That's whose Miata he is running in. And going back to that incident 2 laps ago at turn 6, Bill, I didn't see any tire smoke. So I don't know if there was no brakes or what the case happened, but
Stefani had gotten underneath him, gotten the position, or was trying to get the position back. Swank was recovering, but as they went into 6th, it just quit turning.
Yeah.
And he went straight, and Stefani had nowhere to go but go with him. And they both went up into that grassy area. Stefani was able to continue, but whatever it is that went wrong is keeping Swank from getting that Miata back underway.
And as they get Red Rescue out here, they should hopefully hook him up, give him a tow. And we can hopefully get this contest back underway. 17, almost 18 minutes in, so this will probably be a green-white checker finish here, Bill, because I don't see them getting this recovery done before we hit that 20-minute mark.
And the roller truck is pulling up as well. Going to see what is needed. And we're getting out and getting consultation with Swank to see what what his requirements are. Will it roll? Does it need to be towed? Let us look. Meanwhile, the pack winding slowly behind the pace car coming out of 16 and down to the line. This will finish lap number 12. Again, under caution, under full course caution. They had quite the battle going there, Will.
Yes, they did. That was actually one of the more exciting battles going on right now, and I'm a little disappointed that it ended the way it did, because that was going to be a fun one to follow. That was a real hot contest for the lead.
Well, Stefani again fell back, having some misfortune. He got turned around, got back going again, and then met misfortune again when Swank had his issues.
So that was his second spin out in that turn.
Right.
For Stefani. So could be potential issues on his part. Like I said, we won't be able to know until we get him back in the pits and we can talk to the drivers what really happened out there.
So here we go. They got the tow strap on Swank's Miata, so we should be able to get this one underway a little bit quicker. Looks a little rumpled there on the driver's side as well, where he got together. Let's get out the Nikon binoculars, brought to you by Honda. The reason they were brought to you by Honda because they were in the trunk of my Civic. And here they are. Let's see. Yeah, he's going to need a little body work on that driver's side door.
Well, the fortunate thing with these Miatas, Bill, is all that's required is a sledgehammer to beat it back out. One of the fun parts of racing these cars is you can bump them, you can rub them.
And he's back under power, so Swank is back underway, even better. So we'll get the field collected one more time around, and we should be seeing green in a lap or so. So good deal that this wasn't a protracted yellow. So Hayden Swank back underway. May have just gotten stuck up there, just needed a little bit of tow to get out of the bind that he was in. And we will be under green again, I believe, not this time by, but the next. We should see the pace car lead the field out of turn number 16 this time by. Meanwhile, Bill Kring is getting out of his number 91 machine, so the day is over for him. He was going at it pretty well there, but he did get together with Bill Miller.
They had that turn, was that lap 2 contact? Was that lap 1 or lap 2 they had that contact? That was at the very start of the race.
Very early on, I believe it was 2 or so. Early on in the race, they were going for that position and just kind of got it together. So we're getting the safety vehicles off the track, and we should see the pace car emerge. Here we go. They come down to the line, and will they get the one to go here? They should only have one to go this time by. Because everybody's off the track. Swank is going to bring it to the attention of his pit crew as well. His day is done. As he brings it into his pit stall here. Meanwhile, the field winds its way out of turn number 1 up the hill. They'll be heading into the carousel shortly, so we should have racing back underway very shortly here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's weekend number 4 for the AMP Summer Series. You're watching the Spec Miata class. going at it. This is an exciting class to watch. We have had good battles up and down the field here from position, well, I would say position 1 to position 10, but this is actually from 2 back because Raiden Nickel has been in a class by himself so far today.
This will suck the field back up, Bill. So, you know, as the race goes on, these cars get hot, brakes get warm, tires lose traction. You know, a lot of things can change, and, you know, Raiden Nickel has been really good at the start to build that early lead, but with all these variables, the fact that we're already over 20 minutes now, you know, it really could be anybody's game in that top 3, Bill. They all have the speed to do it, and, you know, they're running within a second of each other. So it'll be real interesting to see on this restart next time by what happens.
8 cars remaining on the track here after a couple of retirements, or 3 actually. We're seeing 3 of them on pit road right now as the field winds their way through the backside of the track, coming to the attention of the starter very shortly to get this one back underway. But the lineup right now is Raiden Nickel, Jose Garcia, Keith Williamson, Bill Miller, Paul Denton, Jerry Griffin, Yusuf Mohammed, Anthony Guff, Bill Kring, Tal Sfani, Hayden Swank, and Matt. Well, actually, Matt did not start this one, so Swank is listed as 11th. He's off the track. Kring is off the track, and trying to make out who else is off the track here. That would be, can't make it. I see the car right in front of me, but he got the little teeny numbers.
And we're going to be single file restart this time by, as the field makes their way through turns 15 and 16. Should see that DeLorean hit pit road.
Well, that's Mike Pasco sitting there, but he never started, so we won't count that. So anyhow, Kring and Swank off the track, and we are going to be back underway shortly. This will be the completion of lap number 14 when they hit the line. Here they come, and green is out. Green, green, green. Raiden Nickel, your leader. Jose Garcia will be second. Keith Williamson third. We've got a duck underneath as Denton goes inside. Actually, they get him and Griffin improving their position on the way by as the field goes into turn number 3, now turn number 4, and Hayden Nichols already opened up, 3.5 car length lead over Garcia, who's done the same thing over Williamson. Williamson with another 6 or 7 car lengths back to Bill Miller.
Here goes Garcia.
Yes, right, he is.
Diving turn 6, putting the pressure on Raiden Nickel. And you can see the front end of that car lifting up as they're banging gears coming over the hill at turn 7 and out of sight. As they should come into screen here momentarily on the AMP Skycam. And there they are going through turn 11, up the hill 98 feet through turn 12 into turn 13. Jose Garcia still on Raiden Nickel's bumper as they dive down into 13. Whoa, off track, Williamson. Oh, off track into 14. Hard to see. Oh, he's going to get it back on track. Whoa, that was close. Manages to get it back on track, didn't hit the wall. That was scary there, Bill. I know you couldn't see it from your vantage point, but over here on the AMP Skycam and for all the viewers at home.
Well, to the line, Garcia making the challenge as they receive the white flag there side by side across the line. Garcia on the outside. Not going to be able to make it there, but he had a challenge there for Raiden Nickel. Meanwhile, third place is now Bill Miller. And it looks like Denton is going to be your 4th place runner. Griffin is going to be in 5th as they're all going by. Williamson is run into some trouble after that off-track excursion. It will.
And that is not going to be good for Williamson because this is the points race. And he is one of your top 3 drivers right now.
Nickel and Garcia now 1-2. There goes Garcia. Look at the outside, smokes the tires, trying to get down on the binders there going into 6. Nothing doing there as he gathers it up and sees what he can do coming out of turn number 6 into 7.
We've got half a lap to determine this contest, Bill.
So Williamson is going to settle in 7th place, I believe.
And great shot from the AMP Skycam as they go through turns 12 and 13. You can see Jose Garcia all over Nichols' bumper as they go through the bottom of 13 and into that double sweeper at 14. Jose dipping to the inside a little bit as Raiden Nickel hugs that line. Let's see as they go under the tree line. About to come back into view. Looks like Nichols still has it. Garcia's about to make the move. Looks to the outside. Looks back to the inside.
Here they come out of 16 for the checkered flag. Does Garcia have him? No. Nickel will hold on and win by less than a car length. Raiden Nickel, your winner. Jose Garcia second. Bill Miller will be third. Here comes Paul Denton in fourth. Fifth will be Jerry Griffin. Then comes Keith Williamson, followed by Anthony Goff, and then finally Yusuf Mohammed. And what a finish, Will Rigdon.
Well, Bill, something tells me Jose knew what he was doing there. Holding off a little bit during the race, waiting for that late caution, almost like he had a plan and it almost executed perfectly. But Raiden Nickel pulls another one out of the hat.
Garcia was all over him, inside, outside, had him side by side, practically took the lead at the line at the white flag, but Raiden Nickel able to maintain track position and wins by less than a car length as they hit the line here. Again, the Spec Miatas did not fail. Oh, sorry, they did not fail to, no, they failed to disappoint, whatever they. They definitely came through this, right. They do not disappoint when it comes to excitement here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
This is our longest running series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We've pretty much been running the Miatas since we opened our doors. So a lot of these guys are seasoned vets out there, always put on a good show every month. And that did not disappoint, Bill, and we are officially at the halfway point now for these Spec Miatas. That was race 4 out of our 8-race summer season.
And speaking of the points, yeah, you were speaking about Keith Williamson. He did come in 6th, so yeah, he took the hit there. He was looking at a 3rd, and then that battle with Garcia, a little too hard going off into the grass, and that cost him a good 3 positions there. So we'll see how that's stacks up in the point standing.
We'll have to go take a look at the point standings because Williamson was 2nd coming into today. It was Nichols and then Williamson. So I'm not sure how far back that's going to drop him. I didn't see how close 3rd place was. I'll have to pull the score sheet back up after the race. But in the meantime, we were waiting for the Radicals to take to the grid, and that race will be getting underway here momentarily. And until then, we will take a short break, and we will be back with you here in Dawsonville, Georgia at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Thank you for joining us, and we will be back shortly. Just one more note, the margin of victory for Raiden Nickel was .081, so that's 81/1000th of a second that Raiden Nickel won that Spec Miata race by, and we will see you in a few minutes for the downforce class. Back with you at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We're getting ready to get the downforce class second race underway, the second 20-minute affair with these 6 radical downforce cars here. Patrick Paul, John Bruneau, Kevin Clifford, Andrew Nagy, Krong Lee, and Winston Jejeron are your starters in this one.
And as the field takes to the back side of the track, we will wait patiently here for them to come back into sight out of turn 16.
You can be patient all you want. I want to see some racing.
But we should be one more lap to go under green. These radicals take a little bit more time to put some heat in the tires and get them ready to run, as the start finish is holding up a standing yellow right now.
So we'll have one more on the way by, and they'll get another lap to get things sorted out and get ready to get these 6 downforce cars underway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, watching our live stream of weekend number 4 of the AMP Summer Series here in Dawsonville, Georgia. A few more clouds have scudded in here, so it's mostly cloudy today. I know you're all worried about us and our weather, but it's only 80 degrees. Got a nice breeze going. Everything's comfortable here. And we're watching racing, so nothing else matters when there are cars on the track, because that's what it's all about. And there they go by. We've got one more lap to go. The DeLorean pace car, piloted ably by Collins Rigdon, co-piloted ably by Rachel Heiler, and we are about 80% of a lap away from getting this one underway. Another 20 minutes, by the way. And this should be a fun one. Now, I'm not sure how they scored them in race 1 because most of the field did not take the checkered flag. Not sure how that stacks up as far as the way they'll line up here. But according to the lineup we have here, it's Paul Bruneau, Clifford, Nagy, and Lee and Jejeron. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 cars. All of them out there. Watching them all come high, wide, and handsome through turn number 6 behind the pace car. And some of these are student drivers. And speaking of student drivers, there's also a program here at Atlanta Motorsports Park for your student driver. Tell us about it, William.
Yeah, that's a good question, Bill. We've got the Drive Strong Teen program right now here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It is a $330 one-day program. If you've got a teenage driver, they can take full advantage of all the resources and facilities we have here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And it's one of the best programs in the state. You can find out more information at drivestrong.org, or you can go on to atlantamotorsportspark.com, and you can find more info there as well. But they are a 501c3 nonprofit, so if you don't have a kid and you want to donate, it's a great organization to go to give to. We're all about saving lives here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and this is one of our ways of giving back. And we work with many of the local high schools in and around Atlanta, and it's a all-around great program. Anybody 15 years and up with at least 20 hours of experience behind the wheel is eligible to enroll, Bill.
Excellent, and there's nothing more important than knowing how to react in a panic situation behind the wheel of a fast-moving car. It can save a life. It can save many lives as our downforce cars come to the line, awaiting the green flag. And there it is, green, green, green. We are underway, and just like the first time, here comes Kevin Clifford jumping the field. Not going to grab the lead this time as they go into turn number 1, though. They come back out, and your leader is going to be Patrick Paul hanging on to first place as they go into the corkscrew. It's going to be Paul. Then a gaggle of cars behind him for second, third, and fourth. Let's get some numbers here. Looking to the outside is
making the pass there, coming out of 4. Can't see who that was. That might be Clifford.
That is Clifford in the 79. He's now taking third. Now they're going to go 3 wide
into
through
turn
number
6.
6.
Whoa, contact! Looked like the 89 and the 74 got into it there, Bill, or the 159. Who was that?
Clifford was on the outside, and then it was Winston Jejeron, and I believe that was Krong Lee.
That might have been Nagy that was on the receiving end of that contact.
Was he in the 138? He was in the 138, so we'll get
I have never seen 3 wide coming in through 6,
is
Bill.
Is this what they teach at the Primal Racing School? Is to go 3 wide through
I will
turn
have
number
to get
6?
down there and talk to their chief instructor about that.
Okay, so, well, there you go.
I mean, we've seen some 3 wide action here, Bill, but not through 6. That was a ballsy move.
And no contact. That was the nice. They must have taught them well because there was no
I looked like there was a little bit of contact, but not much because they're all underway.
Okay, so it's going to be Paul Clifford and Bruno at the line, then Lee Nagy and Jeshron. So I believe that's who it was, Lee Nagy and Jeshron, I believe, in that turn 6 incident. We'll just have to go through and look at that on replay one of these days. After we're done, go back and look at the YouTube live or the
for everybody
Facebook.
at home, they can just scrub backwards. But
meanwhile, side by side coming out of the carousel, it looks like Kevin Clifford is going to overtake Patrick Paul, as will John Bruno. So it's going to be Clifford, Bruno, and Paul as they come out of 6. Next up will be Krong Lee. Then comes Nagy, and bringing up the rear will be Winston Jeshron.
I believe that was Jeshron and Nagy that got into it there. But we'll have to go back. To the replay to verify that. But still can't get over that one, Bill.
It's like one of those things you see happening in slow motion before your eyes. So they're not really going to go through 6 3 wide, are they? But sometimes you find yourself in a situation where you have nowhere to go but straight ahead, and that happened to be 3 wide. Going through that tight turn 6 here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and coming down to the line now to complete the second lap will be Clifford.
Every bit of
Bruno,
that runoff on the front straightaway, Bill.
And Clifford opening up a 1 second lead over John Bruno. Patrick Paul will be 3rd. Krong Lee will be 4th. Here comes Nagy and finally Jeshron. Again, they're all completing lap number 3. We're 3 minutes into this 20-minute downforce second race. Senior 2 leaders now head back down the hill and break down into 6. 1 wide this time through 6. Always advisable. Meanwhile, here comes Patrick Paul. A little bit. Nagy getting the.
I think that was Lee.
Sorry about that. Lee getting the tail end out there, and then Nagy and Jeshron. Yeah, Lee got back on the gas maybe a little bit quick. Almost kicked it out there, but he managed to hold on. Again, taught well by Primal Racing School. How to maintain throttle control, keep it going in the right direction. As a silence falls over the broadcast position here, 4 minutes into race number 2 in the downforce class.
Sorry, if it ever gets quiet, that's your director secretly chasing down gremlins.
Yep, silence is death in broadcasting. So there come our leaders. Looks like Bruno closing it up a little bit. It's 9.9 seconds at the line this time by. Clifford over Bruno. Paul still 3rd. Lee, Nagy, and Jeshron, your top 6.
And if I had to guess, Bruno was just playing with Clifford right now. We should look to see him make a move here in the next lap or 2. As the field gets pretty spread out now, Bill.
Well, Bruno smoked him a little bit, slowing down for 6. So he is hot on that straightaway right before you get into 6. Got on the binders a little hard, smoked it, but he's able to maintain controls. They all come through 6 in good order. 5 minutes in now, quarter of the way through this second downforce feature of the day. Weekend number 4 here in the AMP Summer Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, Dawsonville, Georgia. Beautiful day for racing. Getting a little warm, but we are keeping comfortable with the breeze and some artificial means as well as we wait for, and here comes Kevin Clifford to the line once again, leading lap number 5 with a 1 second lead over Bruno. So they're maintaining about the same gap over the last lap. That was Clifford's best time, by the way, as Bruno's. Both of them at 123, and Clifford may be about a tenth better than John Bruneau on that lap. So it's a second back to Bruneau, 15 seconds back to Paul, 19 seconds back to Lee. Nagy is 27 seconds off the lead, and Jesron about 29 seconds off of leader Kevin Clifford.
These cars, Bill, if you've not had the chance to get behind the wheel of one, are an absolute blast to drive. These Radical SR1s, they only weigh 1,100 pounds, and they've got a 1,340cc Hayabusa engine in them, making almost 185 brake horsepower. So the acceleration is pretty quick, under 3.5 seconds, 0 to 60. The top speed is about 140 on them. They're pretty much geared perfect for this track. And they give you the full sensation of driving a purpose-built race car. And that's why they're one of the perfect cars for us to use here at the Primal Racing School at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
So Kevin Clifford, your leader, comes by, but I believe John Bruneau's having trouble as here he comes slowly down pit road. And he is going to be done for the race, looks like, as second place will be assumed by Patrick Paul, now 21 seconds back. Right behind him is Krong Lee.
It looks like he might be serving a drive-through penalty.
Is that what it is?
I believe when I was commenting on them using the full runoff, he might have gotten 4 tires off, Bill.
Ah.
Because that is a definite drive-through penalty. You're not allowed to have all 4 tires off. And he could have been using too much of the track there.
And so back to speed will be John Bruneau all the way back in 6th place.
Although he's about to carve up the back side of this, or the back of this pack right now, Bill.
Right, but he was not going to be, will he be, I guess he gets scored coming by the start-finish line, even though he was going down pit lane. So he's going to overtake the first couple that are in front of him. It's going to take a little effort there because turn 6 is pretty narrow, but he's going past Jesron and Nagy.
If I was them, I'd be on the radio doing a little collusion to keep Bruneau from getting around. This track is almost narrow enough that you go too wide in these radicals, you could block it off pretty quick. As you can see that group taking to the back side of the track right now.
And here we go, leader coming out of turn number 16. That would be Patrick Paul.
And there goes Bruneau on the outside through turns 14 and 15.
Krong Lee is your second place runner.
Making the pass on Jesron. About to come onto the front straightaway.
Oh, there he goes.
And he dips to the inside of Nagy into turn 1. Oh, and that was a close one there, Bill, as looked like Jesron kind of broke a little late there. Coming into 1, almost made contact. Although Nagy was able to get away unscathed.
Meanwhile, Paul and Clifford are starting to go at it here as they head up and over the hill. Krong Lee, looking at them back maybe back 4 seconds from the leader as they come by our position here at turn number 6. And we're watching John Bruneau set sail trying to catch that top 3. He'll have about half of the race to go because we were coming up on the 10-minute mark of this 20-minute affair. So there'll be 10 more minutes to go, maybe another 7 or 8 laps as the field winds its way around the back side of the track. We'll see what comes of Patrick Paul and Kevin Clifford as they come to the line this time to complete lap number 8. We'll see them come out of 16 fairly shortly. Here we go. And to the line, yes, it is now Kevin Clifford, your leader. He'd gotten around Patrick Paul. Paul will be second, and Krong Lee will be third. And there goes Paul back around Clifford, going up the hill into turn number 3. So they're going to play for a while, looks like. As Patrick Paul, again, the lead by Clifford looking to the outside. Give him a taste of what it's like having pressure on your rear wing. And more than just aerodynamic pressure, as here they come out through 6. It'll be Patrick Paul and Kevin Clifford. Krong Lee still maintaining 3rd place. And flying up behind him is Andrew Nagy. Next up, we should see John Bruneau. There goes Bruneau trying to make up as much of his penalty as possible before this one ends in 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
And there goes Clifford and Paul around the back side of the track right now. Clifford going to the inside, going to the outside. Nothing happening for them right now as they make their way through 14 and back onto the front straightaway.
Coming out, looking inside, looking outside is Kevin Clifford. Patrick Paul able to hang on as they find their way through one. Oh, looks like he didn't get back on the
Might have missed
throttle.
a shift there.
Yeah, because he gave Clifford no option but to go around him that time as they exited turn 1 and went through 2. So your new leader will be Kevin Clifford as they go through turn number 4. And Krong Lee still in 3rd, but Nagy is closing in on Krong Lee there. And here they come out of turn number 4. He may have a move in store for turn 6, and there he goes. Krong Lee yielding actually a little bit as Nagy will get underneath and assume that 3rd spot as they come on by our position. So it's now Clifford, Paul, Nagy, and Lee, your top 4. And behind all that excitement, here comes John Bruneau. Not sure if he's making up any ground at all because scoring has him down a lap now. Again, because he wasn't scored coming through pit lane. So we'll just have to eyeball it if he gets close enough for us to be able to do so. So coming down to the line now, Kevin Clifford opening up a pretty substantial lead now over Patrick Paul, about 4.3 seconds. Here comes Andrew Nagy, your 3rd place runner, and then Krong Lee will follow in short order.
And Clifford with the courtesy pass again on Patrick Paul, or letting Patrick Paul around, I should say. So that should tighten things back up here for the top 3. Krong Lee starting to close in a little bit, although don't know if he's going to have the time or not to close it up, as we've got 6 minutes left to go in this contest, Bill.
Well, that's actually Nagy, although they still have Krong Lee scored in 3rd. I believe he passed him. But as you said, 5 minutes and 43 seconds, 43 seconds to go in this one. And we should see the leaders coming by in short order.
As they are making their way around the backside of the track through turns 14, 15, and that last turn 16 onto the front straightaway. But most of what you see there on the AMP Skycam is turn 14, that big double sweeper on the backside of our track.
And so here we come to the line. There goes John Bruneau past Kevin Clifford, I believe. Is that right? Patrick Paul, still your leader, of course. Let's look at that. I'm looking at numbers.
That could
here.
that could be Bruneau, because I don't think it scored that
That's
lap when he served the penalty.
Well, they've got him. Yeah, Bruneau is 139. He's position-wise, he's 2nd. Now, whether that counts in scoring or not, and right behind him is going to be Clifford. So maybe they'll play together for a bit, and that would be fine with Patrick Paul. Yeah, so it's Bruneau and then Clifford. Then comes Krong Lee. We're down to the last 4.5 minutes now here in race number 2 in the Downforce division. Here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, a beautiful weekend number 4 in the AMP Summer Series.
A little bit of passing action there. It looked like Clifford making the pass on Paul, as they went up the back hill, and Bruneau looking to get around as well as they come through 14. Looking to the outside, looking to the inside. Doesn't look like Bruneau. Up back to the inside. Yep, now they're side by side coming through 14. Going to try and make the pass here.
And here they come, coming out of 16 to the line is going to be Bruneau, and then Paul, and then Clifford.
So I had all my names wrong. I'm just working off the. They all look like ants from the sky cam up here, Bill.
Really? No, it's. So I'm going to go down there with a can of paint and spray paint each of them a different color, so we can tell them from a distance. But here we go. So now we've got a
little bit of pass action. Whoa, getting a little back in, getting wide there in the carousel.
Clifford and Paul side by side coming out of turn number 5, and as they go into turn number 6, it will be Clifford assuming second place.
And Clifford using every square inch of this track and every square inch of his tires right now, trying to keep that thing planted. And here go your leaders up the back side of the track.
We're down to about 2.5 minutes to go. 2.5 minutes to go on this one, and more than likely it'll be 2 more laps after this one. They should get the 2 to go.
They are
this time
running about minute 27, minute 26 lap times right now, Bill.
So here they come to the line with 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That's enough to get 1 more lap in before it'll be time to wave the white. So the 2 to go, one would assume, as we see Bruneau and Clifford going at it into turn number 4. Third place now is Patrick Paul. And there they are side by side coming out of turn number 4. And let's see, we've got Paul and Bruneau. It's going to be Bruneau and Paul, actually. John Bruneau, now your leader over Kevin Clifford, rather, as they dice it together, and John Bruneau overcoming that drive-through penalty to get back to the front with less than 2 laps to go here in this second downforce feature here at Atlanta Motorsports Park on a muggy summer afternoon here in Dawsonville, Georgia, the foothills of the North Georgia mountains, and we are enjoying ourselves here. We hope you are too. Streaming online on Facebook and YouTube. And don't forget, you can come out here and see this stuff in person yourself, both here and on the kart track. And the kart track puts on a good show, as well as coming to the line to receive the white flag will be John Bruneau. Kevin Clifford right behind him in second, and Patrick Paul will come in to take the white flag as your third place runner. But these two up front haven't settled it out yet. Is currently John Bruneau, but Kevin Clifford is right on his tail. And looking to the inside, there goes Clifford inside Bruneau, and they are side by side coming out of 4, making the pass, taking it, coming out of 4 into 5. Will Bruneau have a response going into 6? Yes, he does.
Oh,
he thought about it.
Yeah, he was going to dive it, but
Clifford able to hang on as they crest the hill and go to the attention of the AMP Skycam. Meanwhile, third place continues to be Patrick Paul.
And that was a gutsy pass up in the carousel, Bill. Oh, man. And here they are coming up the back side of the track, coming through turns 12 and 13. And it looks like Bruneau is going to hold off a little bit as they both make their way back around. In third place, Patrick Paul. You see him making his way around turn 14. And it looks like a couple of the rest of the field is kind of laid off, so I guess they're already in their cool-down lap. As Clifford and Bruneau exit the track, which means
the line. That means, yep, your winner will be Patrick Paul as he takes the checkered. Second place will be as we see them come by. Kevin Clifford's going to roll by the start-finish line to the other side of the starter stand. And following him will be John Bruneau. Next up, Krong Lee Krong Lee had slowed down. We saw him cooling down already. And then it'll be Andrew Nagy and finally Winston Jejeron. So, had a little action going on there all through the race there.
It's actually some fun passing in that one, Bill. The three wide action in 6 did not disappoint. Plus that pass there at the end through the carousel. Some gutsy driving by these radical drivers out here. And if you like what you saw, folks, like I said, primalracing.com, you can sign up for the school and drive these cars yourself. They are an absolute blast to get out on track in. And once you take that school, you can come out on race days and be a part of the action here. Maybe get your name set out on the broadcast, Bill.
That could very well be. I get mine set every week, so yeah, come on.
Well, that is pretty much going to do it for us today as far as the racing action goes. And so we've got a special guest coming up to the booth with us real quick before we sign off here. We've got Greg Kimbrell with us coming up here, about to hand over the headset to him. But he is the person heading up our historics group right now. Unfortunately, had a little bit of an incident this weekend, so he's not able to drive with us today. But I'm going to pass the headset over to him real quick, Bill. So if you want to go ahead and take it away, he can explain a little bit more about what we have going on right now with the historic group, what it takes to join, what you can do to get out here and race with us.
All right, Greg, welcome to the broadcast. Happy to have you here. Well, let's just get started here. Tell us about the historics program here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, it's we're trying to find a venue where you can come race. Low pressure, lots of fun, lots of track time. I'm puffing because I ran up the stairs. But we got basically an event that runs in conjunction with the rest of them. And we run it with no trophies, no first place, no championship points. And you're here to have fun, put your car in the trailer and go home.
Well, what constitutes a historical vehicle? What's the rule there, or is there?
The rule is it's very broad. If you're a historic sports car racer, anything in Group 3. If you're a 1 and 3, 1, 2, or well, I guess there is no 1. I guess there's a 2 and 3. If you're SVRA Group 8 or in Group 1, and so all you Sprigget guys that are sitting it out right now, this would be great for you. It's a terrific track, 2 miles around, and 16 turns. So it's kind of like a big boys day at the amusement park. And unfortunately today we've only got 3 cars in our class, so if you want to come out and run with us, we are not crowded.
Well, were you to be out there, what would you be in? Tell us about your car.
My car is in my trailer at home, ready to go, race ready, and I broke my pinky finger in the shower, and I'll not elaborate on the details. But
I don't know, after you've said that, maybe you should elaborate, because the mind kind of reels with what could have happened.
Yeah.
But I'll leave it to your discretion.
So you're one of those guys where your mind immediately jumps in the gutter.
Oh, now I'm exposed. There we go.
So, yeah.
But tell me about what type of car is it, what make, what vintage, and
So right now what we've got out here running is a early 911, and it's actually a 912. We have got a 70-something Miata, and all you small guys, and when I say small guys, all you guys with 1600 Miatas, or you just want to bring your Miata out and have a really good time without having to sharpen your knives and gird your loins to run in the Miata group, you're welcome to come run with us. The only thing we don't want you doing is bumping, pushing, spitting, and throwing things at each other. So if you can get past that, you're welcome to come race with us. And we've also got a early BMW 2002. And, you know, we've got new drivers. Some drivers have got a year or so. I've been racing since '93. And just about anything with four wheels. And here comes the group.
So if I'm a vintage car owner enthusiast, what do I do to get out here and race? What do I need to do?
You got to have a safe roll cage. You got to have an onboard fire extinguisher. You got to have a race suit, a current race helmet, not a motorcycle helmet. That's, you know, we got just a well-prepared car that's safe to drive, and it doesn't have to be, you know, 100% full-blown racer, but the more safe you have, the better. And of course, you need a race suit, coveralls. Gloves are always a plus. Shoes always complete the ensemble. But you know, it's those are all like one-time purchases, and then the rest of the time, it is horribly economical to race here. It's $200 if you enter early, and it's $250 if you're late entry. So even at that, for an hour and a half of racing, you know, it's got to be the cheapest on the planet.
Definitely worth it to get the track time here. And if there really aren't that many places that you can legally take these vehicles out there and run them to their capacity. And Atlanta Motorsports Park is definitely a great place. It's highly technical, 2-mile circuit here. So who do you contact? Who should one contact in order to get registered here?
You can contact Will here at AMP, or you can contact me, and my phone number is 770-367-2611, or you can email me at Gmail. I'm sorry, wrong one. You can email me at glkimbrough, KIMBROUGH, at gmail.com. And I'll get back to you as quick as I can. So, you know, I'm severely disappointed I didn't make this race weekend because fabulous weather here. Just unbelievably fabulous weather. This track is immaculately prepared, and you know, you can race as close as you want. It's definitely racing, and you can turn up the wick as far as you want to go. Just keep yourself safe. That's the main thing.
That's always rule number one in racing, but when are you expecting to be back behind the wheel?
I've got a warning from my pinky finger surgeon. As of Friday, he said he's going to look at it again in 3 weeks and give me a go, no go. So, but you know what? Even if I'm laid up, feel free to come out. If you just want to come out and have a look-see, I'm sure everybody here would welcome you. And there's great viewing areas. So, you know, come out and watch the race. Come out and ride the go-karts. Go-kart track here is probably the best in the U.S. And, you know, come out, have a good time, see what a good time we're having, and then choose to come drive with us.
So if you get good results in 3 weeks, we should be able to see you next time the vintage cars run here on the 24th of July. So it'll be great to watch you run and not have to talk to you. Not that I'm not having pleasure talking about it. I'd rather watch you drive than talk to you, to be honest.
I'm going to leave my car in the trailer. So I am going to be ready to go.
All right, sounds good here. Thank you, Greg Kimbrough, for coming out and talking to us about these vintage racers. And again, folks, they'll be back next month, July 24th, on our main track day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And of course, don't forget that the weekend before that, on Saturday, July 17th, will be the karts, and the karts never disappoint as well. They've lots of action in all classes in the AMP kart. So lots going on here. Come out here. You can talk to somebody about membership here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Come for the public karting. There's all sorts of things that you can do here at Atlanta Motorsports Park if you are a motorhead in any capacity. So come on out, check us out. Again, next 2 weekends we'll be here. It'll be July 17th for the karts and 24th for the big track and the Spec Miatas, downforce cars, and vintage cars. So we'll turn it back over to William. You there? All right.
I am here now, Bill.
All right. Well, thank you for bringing Greg on. It was fun talking to him.
Well, they are a new class for us. So we just started running them last month, so it is a small but growing field right now. We had 5 drivers signed up for today, although obviously you heard about Greg's misfortune, and then we had another one with mechanical failure, although that's common for these historics.
Sure.
But, you know, we're happy to have them out and to already have the reception that we do. And so we're just looking to grow this series as much as we can. Anybody 2.5 liters and under that wants to come out here and run with us, as long as you got a full cage, pretty much good to go. And we'd love to have you. And with that, I mean, we're pretty much done here today, Bill. I don't know if you got any final words want to wrap this up with.
Well, already pitched the last couple of races, the next couple of races rather, coming up the 17th for the karts, 24th for the Spec Miatas and downforce cars and vintage cars here on the big track for weekend number 5. And that should do it here. Come out if you can. Join us definitely online on our stream if you can. We appreciate your being here and listening to us, putting up with us for the last few hours. It's always fun to be out here. So come join the fun either virtually or in person here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia. And with that, I guess we'll just sign it off and we'll say good evening and good racing.
So long, everybody.
So long.